Alright, well, let's do it. All my characters look hideous. What the? My characters are beautiful. Oh, you guys can't hear the game. Oops.
A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything. Once branded. The symbol of the curse. An augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why. Like a moth drawn to a flame. Your wings will burn in anguish.
Yeah, this part of the cutscene, like, crunches. I don't know why.
For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
I have a controller sponsor later today, so I have my hand cam set up. Yeah, state of play is today. Alright. Oh. I'm gonna show you my claw grip. Well, I don't actually have to do a claw grip. Because, like, this thing has buttons on the back. So, it's got the paddles. Honestly, dude, I can't, like, play with a controller without paddles anymore. Alright, we need 10 strength, 16 dex. So... I don't actually know what the best starting class is for this. Bandit has, like, no ADP. Maybe we just start Swordsman? Alright, let's hit the randomize. Looking good. Holy nose. Oh, did it skip the... Dude, it is so dark. What the fuck? Well, I'm using the path tracing mod. I wanted to try it out. Dude, I can't fucking see. Holy shit. No fucking way. Well, good start. This bodes well for us. I mean, do I even need the binoculars? I don't even really need to do that jump. I don't think I need the binoculars for anything, really. Alright, well, we need to just go... We need to rush and get the key so we could buy the Uchi. Dude, it's so dark with this mod on, it's crazy. I am using the path tracing mod. Why do you think it's so fucking dark, bro? I should have the torch, honestly. Whoa. fuck? Wait, do I have fucking double enemies on? Oh god. We have a problem, chat. I didn't even notice right away. Damn, this is ass. Okay, what is going on? Just kill me, honestly, it's better to just die. Oh, I think I know what's happening. Alright, one sec. Just trying to get used to this controller, because it's... When you've used the same controller for so long, it's like so awkward switching to a different one. Alright. Also, we need to turn off the double boss mod. What happened to my DualSense? Nothing happened. I have a controller sponsor today. I'm not keeping double bosses, chat. Fuck that. Alright, hold on. I need to figure out... I don't actually remember how to... de-randomize enemies. Okay, I think... hopefully that worked. I have this, like, Game Sir G7 Pro controller that I got sent for a sponsor. The only thing that's like... the thing that's awkward for me about the controller, I'm so used to the stick being where the D-pad is here. So like... because I normally... like normally when I'm using a controller, like my thumb is on this, like the left analog stick. And then I use my like index finger for the D-pad. Which is kind of like a claw, but it's like more comfortable for me. Yeah, it's like the Xbox layout. Yeah, the paddles are nice. If I get used to it. I mean, the thing is, I'm used to my PlayStation controller, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, the controller has a lot of options. I just wish I was more comfortable with, like, with the Xbox controller scheme, because Man, it is like so dark. I wish there was like a hand lantern. Is there like a cast light spell in this game? I actually can't remember. Well, this is just like a side effect of the mod, right? Is that it makes the darks like very dark. Well, the double enemies are fixed, so that's good. Nice. Nice fucking baby jump, bro. You know, I wonder... I might need to install the baby jump mod. I wonder if the path tracing mod is, like, making the performance of the game... Dude, I didn't even grab the bonfire, did I? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, this DS2 run's gonna go fucking all day at this rate. The path tracing mod might be affecting the performance of the game, which is making baby jumps more likely to happen. Because my CPU, like I can't believe that they never fixed this. It's actually unbelievable. For those who don't know how baby jumps work, basically in this game, when you do a jump, the game checks your internal speed, right? Like how fast you're moving. And for some godforsaken reason, they decided the source of the movement, like the movement speed that's used in the script to check which type of jump to give you, it uses a movement speed that is affected by your CPU load. So basically, like let's say like hypothetically, I don't know the exact values, but let's say you need to be moving like 4 units per second to get a strong jump, like a full jump. But the movement speed value that the game uses can fluctuate like below 4. Like it may fluctuate from like 3.9. Okay, it worked this time. To like 4.1, and you know, when it goes below 4, then you just lose. There's actually, we have a command for the baby jump stuff. There's like a 5-page long PDF document. It's falling a katana. You know, the thing is, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, exclamation mark baby jumps. I actually really like this controller so far. It's just the analog sticks. I wish I could like swap the like analog stick with the D-pad or something. That would be super nice. I mean, I'm not even sponsored right now. Like, I do actually like the controller. The face buttons feel really nice, but I feel like I can mash super fast. All right, our first. Wait, we don't even get it from this guy. It's from McDuff, not this fucker. Not Lennegrass. God damn it, what am I doing? I need to oh, well this is awkward. I need to kill Pursuer. I guess we're gonna have to just kill Pursuer with... Well, we can just use the turret. Fuck it. But we also have to kill the last giant. Is there any other katana that I could get sooner? I wonder? I don't think so. No, yeah, I think the Uchi is like the only one. The turret katana for Pursuer. Listen, we do... You do what you gotta do, alright, man? A rush for a lawn katana. Well, we're gonna get the Uchi. I want to get the Chaos Blade, but we're gonna have to do NG plus Sinner for that. Which is kind of a pain. I'm gonna buy that. This, and use the Silver Serpent Ring. I only bought one Firebomb, actually. What am I doing? Well, yeah, we'll do it with Ascetic, obviously. We're not going to go into New Game Plus. We need more firebombs. And I'm so bad at using this D-pad. Like, how do you use the D-pad with, like, genuinely, how do you use the D-pad with the Xbox controller layout? I just don't... Like, I don't understand. Like, you just have to claw grip, I guess. Wow, nice. Use the back button plus ABXY as D-pad. That's interesting. Not a katana. Yeah, well, we have to get a katana. I'm working on it, man. We gotta go to I guess we could have done one less boss if we just did Flexos Sentry. It's not a big deal though. Oh no. don't know how I messed this up. That's okay. Saved. Listen, we're getting a katana as fast as we can, guys, alright? Man, the game does look so nice with this mod, though. It reminds me of, like, the lighting that we saw in the... I don't even know what it was, like E3 demo, or... There was some sort of, like, demo thing. I tried. Oh, you know what? Actually... I can't get back that way anymore. I'm just gonna keep going forward and then I can teleport back. I kind of want to grab the branch in that chest. Yeah, the blacksmith up here has the uchi. And the lighting looks so good, actually. It's crazy. Alright, take this. Alright, the Uchi Katana, 5,000. Like power stance? Possibly. Once we get a second katana. He's stuck? Wait, what the fuck? I've never had that happen before. Should have been permadeath. Well, you can do permadeath, buddy, alright? Since you know what's best. +6 already. Well, that is, to be fair, +6 already is only like a scholar thing. You know, I'm gonna go grab the Chloranthy ring. I don't know if I should get the butterfly skirt or not. I don't want to do parry walks. No ADP. I mean, we have enough ADP for like the decent rolls. So once you hit 86 agility, you get, I think, like 8 iframes or something like that. But if you have below 86, then you have 5 iframes. And some classes start with only 5 iframes, which is like fucked up, honestly. Should have changed my hair color. This mod does look so nice, though, I will say. It is lagging sometimes a little bit, but that's okay. It's not super often. Well, luckily we're not getting chased. I might get stabbed here. Alright, I kind of want to go do... Well, actually... I guess we could kill Najka. If we do Najka right now, then... Yeah, it might be worth it. Yeah, we can get the Uchi to +10. We need to pick up a ton of petrified dragon bones in this run. It's the only thing that's kind of awkward. Well, I want to get the Chaos Blade, and I think Alon's Katana is my plan. Damage isn't great, but now that we get the counter hits, it's a bit better. Yeah, I wanted to try to ride her, but she wasn't cooperating. Whoa. Dude, it is so dark. What the fuck? Better use your torch. The thing is, I can't... Like, unless I have flame butterflies, I can't light my torch. You know what? Well, yeah, I can light it at a bonfire, but the thing is, I don't know what areas are necessarily going to be dark. And I don't want to like, there wasn't a bonfire close by. Where do you get cast light in Dark Souls 2? From Strayed? You need 14 int. Lasts for 50 seconds. Of course that's a miss. Of course I missed. How do I miss there? What? Maybe I should have done a jumping attack. What's up, cactus? I just realized I don't have any skulls. This is kind of a problem. Surely we get this. Nice. My God. That was kind of close. That would be so funny. Yeah. So funny. Dude, everywhere is so fucking dark. Ow. Dude, I can't fucking teleport back because this douchebag is on me. I'm so cooked. Honestly, like it, just kill me. Just kill me. It's the fastest way. I think I still need one more chunk anyways. I always forget about this guy in Scholar, it's so annoying. Oh, wait, no, I do have enough chunks. Alright, well, we're just gonna run across. Let's run his curse, that's fine. Oh, I just realized the death counter is not increasing. $38. I was increasing it, but just the keybind wasn't working. Alright. Well, we can get the Uchi to +10. It's pretty nice. We need to go to the DLC. Will DS Rando ever return? No, never. I hate it. Oh. My keybinds just don't work when the game's open. There we go. I mean, we should be able to do the giants with this setup. Dude, the darkness is like insane. Oh, look at it light up though. It's beautiful. Maybe we should have lit a torch before we came down here. Nice. Is this room gonna be? Oh my god. Alright, we definitely need a torch here. Sorry, I should be using the torch more. It's just, if I get to an area and I'm not like next to a bonfire, I don't really want to go back. Well, good thing we picked up those 3 extra sets of torches. Oh yeah, we need poop. actually kind of crazy how fast you can get a maxed out weapon in this game. Come here, buddy. Alright. Am I doing Ventric? I'm doing all the bosses. Yeah, we gotta kill that giant. I do wish I had flame butterflies, though. I think there's a petrified dragon bone in this chest. Alright. We need to go get the DLC key. I think we're just gonna rush Flynn's ring as usual. It's kind of just the go-to strat. Wait a second, why am I teleporting here? This is also the wrong spot. Alright, there's a pretty cool skip we can do here. Last time I tried this, I failed a bunch, but I'm not gonna fail this time, surely. Easy. Good old Forlorn. I don't know why the cut... Does this mod make the cutscenes not work, I guess? Not that there's that many cutscenes in DS2, but... Dude, the damage is insane. Damn, poor guy. I always think there's a mushroom in this chest, but there isn't. Man, it's kind of crazy that within... I mean, how long did it take? Like, within 10 minutes, you can have a plus 10 weapon in this game. Or maybe like 15 minutes. Kinda silly. And you use the lighting mod. Well, the thing is... This is like a different lighting mod now, right? But I feel like they should work, but maybe they don't. I don't know. I'm not sure why the cutscenes aren't playing. I thought it was like an issue with the 2x bosses, but we turned off the 2x, so I don't know. I don't know why the cutscenes aren't playing. Let me take a look at my game files real quick. Yeah, I guess it's the randomizer. Hold on, let me delete the rando folder. Let me restart the game real quick. I mean, to be honest, there isn't that many cutscenes in DS2, but I'd still like to see them. I'm not sure if I just need to delete my randomizer folder if there's anything else. Delete DS2 and let's move on. Come on, man. Okay. Might be good now. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. My controller cam still set up. Alright. Kinda. Don't think he saw. Saw what? Alright, I'm gonna get the butterfly skirt. Why not?
Thanks.
Thanks, Mullen. Now die.
What the? Kurt, enough of this. You won't get me.
It's gotta be done, chat. Lost 40% of his health and he's still chilling on the chair. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I need stats for anything else. I think we're okay though. Alright, we're gonna go get the DLC 1 key. Alright, see you later, Grimstar. Probably gonna die here. Maybe not. I was so youthful and healthy. I'm still youthful and healthy, alright? Alright, where are we going? I guess we could go do Flexile. Or actually, no, we should go through the DLC still. I need to get rid of all these shields. Alright, it's time to cheat, chat. Not quite. No, I don't... Oh, I didn't want to turn that on. Come on, man. Nice. Yep, just right off the cliff. I don't know what it is with this parry walk. It's so fucking hard, man. This is like one of the most troll parry walks. I'm not parry walking on a controller. This one in particular is weird. Like the thing is, every parry walk in this game is like different. Where some of them you want to like walk further away from the target. Others you want to do it like faster. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep going until I get this. I don't care. Why is he just like... What are you doing? I can't get it, man. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I forgot you skipped the sin encounter doing this. Got the slow door opening. Because my graphic settings are different. Wait, do I have a bow? Oh my god, I don't have a bow. This is fucking stupid. Oh, god. You, like, need a bow for this part. Like, you just actually need a bow.
What are you?
The skirtless parry walk. I'm not really sure. I never actually learned how to do that. I think it's pretty toxic, though. I think for the skirtless parry walk, like, lowering your FPS or something helps, but I don't know if that's, like, allowed for the run. Oh, I forgot to shoot it a third time. I probably should have grabbed that bonfire aesthetic there. It's okay though. God, it's so dark. Well, the brightness isn't low, it's just... we're using the path tracing mod, which makes some areas very dark. But I mean, I'm pretty sure my bright... I can turn it up a bit for you guys. I can see alright. Oh, come on, man. Poisoned as well. That's not good. Hey, Jack. I guess I didn't actually need to... Well, I didn't really need to grab this bonfire, but it's alright. And up the sampling. Path tracing doesn't feel right. Well, we're just trying it out. Figured since we're doing DS2, we might as well try it out, since we haven't had a chance to yet. Trying to think where we should go next. Which game is it you look forward to most? I mean, I look forward to all of them, honestly. I love Elden Ring, I just wish it was a little shorter. But it's also like... I don't know. Elden Ring just takes so long to go through. It could be shorter if I planned, like, and routed stuff more. I didn't just sit in the menus like I'm doing right now, like, trying to figure out what I want to do next. I'm gonna go do Flex Out. Whee! So, how many Dragon Bones? We have 8. There's 11 in the DLC that we can pick up, so that's 19. We need 30 total, which is quite a lot. Okay, I'm gonna... And I almost feel like I should just cheat in flame butterflies So I can use... Yeah, maybe I will do that. I mean, I could also... Well, I can't remember. You can, like, buy flame butterflies from somebody, I think, right? But... By Ornifex? We need a free Ornifex, though, if we want to buy those. Well, I don't want to ignore the, it's not even ignoring it, it's just I don't... Like, if I'm in a situation and I can't light a torch, then... Kind of annoying. How much int does this class have? 7? It's not bad. Wait, I can't talk to him, though. What? The fucking barrel is in the way. I want to get cast light. Yeah, I have to get it from either Grandal or Strayed. Aren't spells cheating? It's not that serious, bro. What's up, Krister? Probably should have buffed already. Hopefully we can just kill this guy fast enough. Well... maybe we get this off. Oh, I love this game. Dollar of the first sin, everybody. That's why, well, okay, to be fair, that's kind of my fault. I should have killed those. I should have killed those guys. I mean, even in the speed run, we kill those enemies because it's just like they just grief the fuck out of you. Damn, I lost the dragon bone drop too. Shit. That's okay. And I don't know how I've been like, that strafe just doesn't work for me. Okay, let's not die to fucking Ornstein now. Am I scared of Fume Knight? Not really. Big damage. Where do I want to go now? I mean, we could go do Freya, I guess. Because we still need to get the Chaos Blade. I mean, I guess we could go do Sentinels and try to work on getting the Chaos Blade. Actually, we need to, you know what, let's go free Ornifex first off. Because we need to free Ornifex for the Chaos Blade anyways. So. Damn. Poor guy.
Thank you for helping me. I am Onyx. I owe you some form of thanks, but have nothing for you at the moment. If it would not trouble you, could you visit my abode just down the way?
Just down the way.
Thank you, kind traveler. I believe that
Right down the road. Oh, you're right. I don't have Ring of Blades on. Oops. What does this lizard drop? Oh, he drops a bone. That's actually nice. How the fuck do you get out of this place? He's healing, really. Why is your home surrounded by fucking enemies? Tell me all of your flame butterflies, lady. All right. Well, we got Ornifex ready, so that's good. Let's go. I guess we'll work our way towards Sinner, because we're gonna have to kill NG plus Sinner. Do I have another bonfire aesthetic? I do not. Yo, what's up, Ain? Thank you for the 49 months, man. Alright, guys, it's time for the skip. Oh, wait, I just realized. Oh, we got it. Oh, I thought that would be enough. was enough that time. I guess the counter window was longer. Yo, Juho, thank you so much for the raid, man. Are you doing more Silent Hill speedruns? Thank you very much, man. Why are you sad? Did the runs not go well? Skip's been tormenting you. I see. What's up, Jenny? Character's very beautiful, thank you. Saves 3 minutes. Yeah, it's crazy how much time that saves. I need this bonfire aesthetic. What's in this? I don't remember. A wilted dusk herb. Great. I don't think I need to kill these guys in Scholar. Alright. It's my last branch. Cast light. We should probably go do center first. Guess we'll rest. My favorite spell, true. Katana's the best weapon type. They're pretty fucking good because they have really high counter rating. I don't know if I'd say they're the best, but they are very good. Katanas are pretty good in all the games, honestly. Where's Yearn? I'm gonna get Yearn. Holy shit. Oh, the water put out my torch. Why is it so dark? Because we're using the path tracing mod. Locked. What does the path tracing do? Well, it makes everything cast light. The cutscenes are fixed. That's good. Alright, so we need to kill Sinner on New Game Plus, which is actually kind of sus. Because there's enemies in the fight on New Game Plus. We also still don't have enough bones. Use an aesthetic, they don't spawn. Oh, really? Hmm. Kind of want to use Cast Light, and I guess I'll get Yearn as well. Wait a sec, which... It's this bonfire for Sinner, right? I mean, this is the closest one, so I would assume... Also, I should probably turn on the hand cam soon for the controller sponsor. Oh, I almost dropped into the hole. I forgot to send it back up. Dude, I need more torches. The controller good? I mean, I'm using it right now. It's... The only thing that I don't like about the controller, and it's more so like a preference thing is that I prefer the like PlayStation analog stick layout. But it has like the Xbox layout. Do the enemies spawn like partway through the fight? I can't remember. Oh my god, I'm dead, I think. I got lucky. Old witch's soul. I was wondering if that chest respawned. Alright. So we can trade the old witch's soul for the chaos blade now. We can't fully upgrade the chaos blade yet, but why not light the lanterns? I don't have the key. I think it's 19 in for Yearn, and then I should know this. It's like 19, 16 or something, 18. Alright. I guess let's go do Freya. Or maybe... how do I want to do this? Yeah, we can get the Chaos Blade right now. The thing is, I can't upgrade it to max, so I don't know if I want to use it quite yet. Feel like I kind of want to get... Can I just kill this guy? Oh my god, he's so tanky though. Is he like... Is his AI like broken or something? He can't attack until he gets an emote off? Okay. Is it just a chance that these guys drop the dragon bones? We have 13 dragon bones. That's fine then. We need to get to Dragonary. I don't know if I want to do Aldia's Gate skip. Last time that was a bit of a nightmare. Enemies are so tank. Come here, ass face. Okay. Nice. Oh, I'm having a great time. He's gonna get poisoned soon. Please! Oh. I don't know, there's some sort of... like, I can't remember exactly the setup for this guy. Like, some enemies you want to walk back left, some enemies you want to walk back right. I guess this one is back left. Area walk lasts for like 28 seconds. I don't know why it's 28 seconds, but I think it's just some random value that they set for it. What's up, Maisha? How's it going? Also, Mesog, thank you for the 28 months. Savensky, Walpurgis, Jukro, thank you for the resubs, guys. This guy talks so much, it's crazy. DS2, my favorite Souls game to speedrun. Dude, it is so dark down here. Holy crap. What's up, Bob? Dude, I need more torch. I'm getting low on torch. Oh, well, that's kind of nice, I guess. Oh, he's scared of my torch. Oh no. Oh no. He didn't fucking aggro, did he? Bruh. Wait, how do I fix this? Oh, fuck. I can't remember. Is there a way to reset the aggro? Oh yeah, I have to like pardon. Oh, fuck. How much does that cost?
So here you are. But you never now. You seek, then you.
Yeah, I guess it is free the first time. Well, that's nice.
You will always.
I kind of want to try to do Aldia's gate skip. Hold on, I'm gonna need my cheat tool if I'm gonna do this. It's not launching though. It doesn't run. Oh wait, there we go. I just want to get the Chaos Blade, man. Wait, I actually need the binoculars for this. I forgot. Oh. Maybe, whatever. I guess we can just go. We'll just fucking go do it normally. I'm not actually gonna skip any of the bosses, chat. I may skip them temporarily. Forlorn, really? Stop saying to skip DS2, bro. I would never. What? All right, hold on. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. How many? We have 14 petrified dragon bone. Well, there's a bunch that we can pick up. There's one in Shrine of Amana. There's one in Undead Crypt. There's 3 in Aldia's Keep. There's a bunch in Dragonary. So we should be able to get enough for all the weapons we want. I do kind of want to go... Wait, I just remembered though, if I... Well, I have 7 bright bugs. We should probably go do Freya and buy her bright bugs before we do Mirror Knight, because when we kill Mirror Knight, it's gonna, like, make the stores more expensive for the bright bugs. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I will be right back. Alright. Hold on, let me... Is my cam okay? I think it's okay. Alright, hold on. I need to switch my title a little bit since we are... we do have a controller sponsor. So we're gonna get some hand cam for a bit. Alright. I want to say thank you to GameSir for sponsoring today's stream. You guys can type !GameSir in the chat and click the link to learn more about This controller I'm using is the G7 Pro 8K PC. It's a wireless esports controller engineered for competitive PC gaming. Available now for 5% off using my code, which... Wait, what is my code? I guess my link. I don't know if they gave me a code. Let me double check. Yeah, I think it's just 5% off using, like, the link when you type !GameSir. Also, let me... The camera is kinda ass. Bro, leave my camera alone. I don't need that crystal lizard. Dude, crystal lizards are so bullshit in this game. It's actually absurd. They're gonna drop a PlayStation version soon. Oh, really? That's nice. I actually really like this controller so far. It's just I'm much more used to the PlayStation layout. I like how some people... It's definitely like a preference kind of thing, because I know a lot of people like the Xbox layout. I prefer the PlayStation one. Yeah, it has back paddles. Oh wait, no. I got rid of the torch. Night Rain boss, Pog. Alright. Let's see here. We still need one more petrified dragon bone. I don't know where we should get the last one. If we killed the frickin' dragon in Heidi's Tower of Flame, you know what? Let's just act like that dragon died. Oh look, guys, the, the loot from the dragon just appeared. My inventory. Thank God. Alright, let's... Alright, we gotta be quick here. Chaos Blade. Alright, we got it. Yeah, there's two different, but there's like two extra buttons next to R1 and L1 as well. Yeah, I really like having back paddles. Okay, so Uchi is 230, 161. This is 250, 182. Yeah, that's quite a bit more damage. I wonder if it's worth getting... It's still like a little bit of damage. It's not that much though. Controller and lap kind of player. No, I normally play with my controller like on my lap, yeah. I don't know, I feel like it's kind of uncomfortable to keep my controller like on the desk.
Shall I provide you?
Who plays like that? What, with their controller on the desk or?
You.
Alright, I'm gonna buy the chime and homeward. Also buy force. Yeah, the controller has like 8K. Actually, now that I think about it, hold on, I want to check. Oh yeah. Yeah, so there's like an app for it. Do I really care about 8K? Let me try to turn it on. It's like the response rate. Yeah, I don't really think I need 8K for for Souls game, but yeah, I have the paddles set up. It's set to auto run and my roll button. Alright, we're gonna get dark weapon. I guess we'll grab resonant flesh. We need to go back to... My God, I'm so bad at like recognizing where I'm going. Also, I need a staff, but I can buy one from this guy. I feel like cast light is actually going to be really nice in this mod. Oh my. Don't do it. All right. All good. Oh, I want a little bit more attunement. I don't really know where I can get more souls right now, though. Also, I forgot to buy Freya's Bright Bugs. There's Mirror Knight. Yeah, we can't really get more attunement right now. I don't think I have any aesthetics, no. How much damage do we do here? Couldn't even see. Why does the health bar disappear so fast? Oh, great. Nailed it. I wonder if I cast light and then you swap off, does it stay? It does. It only lasts for 50 seconds though. Also, why do I feel like it doesn't fucking work? I mean, I guess it's kind of working. I feel like it's not that pronounced though. Jesus. Okay, man. No, I mean, it's definitely working in here. Path tracing mod, yeah. It's time for the best strat coming up, chat. I love this strat so much. Alright, come on, group on up for me, gentlemen. I love that strat so much. Yeah, we're running out of torch. There's another torch up here we can pick up, though, I think. Why wear skin-colored pants? Bro, they're just my pants, man, alright? It's not... Why are you making it weird? Why did I just buy soul peas?
Visit me.
Oh. Oh yeah, there's a torch there too. We need to get more attunement slots, man. I don't even think that was a counter hit. Oh my god, look at that damage. I am being too cocky. What? Do the inventory stuff? Yeah. It's a little awkward for me on this controller because I'm just not used to the Xbox layout of like the analog sticks. I feel like Cast Light could be a bit better. I mean, it's decent. Could be better though. The thing about this weapon... Oh no, you can use charcoal pine. Never mind. For some reason I thought you couldn't. Come on. And the damage is so good, though. Do I have vibration on my controller? No. I mean, is there... Oh, I don't know if I should have picked that up. Is there even vibration in DS2? Like, I can't remember. Why am I asking? Because people keep talking about it. Oh, there's a dragon bone here. Am I gonna get hit in the back? No. I'm not. Kinda surprised. Ouch. We should really be using dark weapon. Alright, well, we actually have all the DLC keys this time. I normally always forget to get the DLC key. You know what? I'm gonna kill the... I'm gonna kill this dude. Damage was not as good as I expected. I guess it wasn't a counter hit. Ow. Yeah, that's better. I do wish this game had like a hand lantern or something though, because it's kind of a pain. Maybe we'll go back and level up a little bit. What's with the hand cam? We have like a controller sponsor for the game, sir. I'll tell you guys more about it in like 15 minutes, but yeah, it's basically like a competitive esports controller. Alright.
There
Yeah, you guys can learn more all about it by typing !gamester in the chat. Oh, actually... Alright, what else do we want? I kind of want to try to... we need to get 60 dex if we want a power stance. And I think we also need some more strength. Get a little bit more attunement so I could put on a second. Wait a second. Isn't there bright bugs that I can buy? How many bright bugs do I have? 7? I think I still need to buy some more. Alright, well, I kind of want to rush... I want to rush Alon Knight and get his weapon. Am I playing on my belly? No. I'm playing on my lap. On my belly. What a question. I need the Ashen Mistheart from Dragon Shrine. Oh, what? To, like, enter the memory? Yeah. That's true. I can't see. Cast light. Aldia's Gateskip is looking more tempting. Yeah, well, we could, I mean, we could still do it. Chat, it's a controller cam. It is not what you are saying, okay? Cast light. playing with an upside down controller. I mean, I could actually flip it for you guys. Probably do that, actually. Mirrored? Yeah, I know. Alright, there you go. Chad, why you gotta be so weird about this? I'm showing the controller for the sponsor on the stream. It's as simple as that, alright? It's nothing more. Okay, I kind of want to try... Oh, actually, I need to go to Firelink. I kind of want to try Aldea's gate skip. Do I ever claw grip? Sometimes, but with back paddles, you don't really need to claw grip on controllers most of the time. Sharing this POV as an advertisement. I mean, what, like, what should I do, okay? Tell me, if to show the controller on screen, what should this is what's comfortable for me, alright, man? Put a pillow. It's... You guys are acting like... Y'all are crazy. Alright, well, here we go. Oh. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Bro. I'm so bad, bro. I can't even do the jump. Okay, nice. can't remember the line here exactly. Oh no. Right, I have to do it all in one. Fuck. 30 minutes to do a skip that saves 5 minutes? Yeah, I don't care. I want to get access to a lawn night. Okay. We're gonna have to make our save over here. We got this, though. Okay, first part done. We walk along here, and then we need to turn right at this point, I believe. Okay, not quite. Almost. Yeah, this took like 30 minutes in the New Year's marathon. Hopefully it'll be a bit faster this time. Too much to the side. Are you falling? The skip is so like if you don't remember the exact. How am I missing the wall? If you don't remember like the exact setup for this, it's so brutal. I think I want to aim more left. And I was nailing it before. What's going on? Okay, so it's like this. Okay, not as... Oh my gosh. Oh. Why? I feel like every time I do this, I just end up regretting it. I feel like this is the type of skip that I need to practice beforehand. First try incoming, yeah. Dude, get on the ledge, man. Okay. We walk forward like this. And then we walk forward like this. Too far. Okay. I think we have to walk forward and then we aim and then we adjust. Man, it's like every time I have to, it's like relearning the skip every time. It's so awful. No, The last time we did this skip, it took me a long time. It took me like 30 minutes the last time we did this. And I think we aim back left again. And from here, I think you just send it. Wait, is it at this one? I think it's at this one. Oh, yes. Beautiful. Okay. There's a dragon bone here. I mean, if I wasn't using the cheat tool to teleport myself, that would have taken like an hour already with all those fails. There is 3 in Aldia's Keep. There's one to the left, one in the mirror. Okay, I know where they all are. We have 2. We're gonna get 11 in the... Yeah, okay. That's good. Cast light. Cheating to cheats. Yeah. I think I could do the skip again pretty quickly if I try it again now, though. The problem is every time I do it, I have to like remember the setup, which ends up taking quite a few tries. PS2's biggest cheaters. Okay. What is going on in there? Okay, before we continue, I want to talk to you guys more about the controller. Just tell you exactly what's going on with it. So, this is a GameSir controller. It's, GameSir is a gaming peripheral brand with over a decade of experience focused on controller innovation and product reliability. They're an officially licensed third-party partner with Microsoft. And they have a big, strong credibility in the global console ecosystem. This controller that I'm using is the G7 series, which apparently has strong global sales performance and has been widely adopted by gamers across multiple regions. If the controller is plugged in, it runs at 8K hertz wired, and it has 2.4G wireless polling. The controller is, so it is wireless as well, if you prefer that. Which, yeah, with such high refresh rate, delivers smoother control and instant response, ensuring every input is registered with esports grade precision. And yeah, the 8,000 hertz polling rate is across both wired and 2.4G wireless connections, delivering highly responsive input performance. With end-to-end latency as low as 0.5 milliseconds, it enables near-instant response, especially valuable in competitive gameplay. It's the fastest in the market, apparently. You can also fully customize the controller using this software, which I have here. I have it set to the 8000 hertz. You can customize the button mapping. There's also macro support. The controller also has Hall effect. I'm not sure exactly what Hall effect does on a controller. Yeah, there's two different modes on the controller. You can switch between Hall effect, analog triggers, and micro switch triggers. Like anti-drifting. Oh, okay. I see. But yeah, you guys can all check out the GameSir. This is the GameSir G7 Pro 8K AIM Labs edition controller. You guys can check it out by typing !GameSir in the chat or clicking the message at the top of the pinned at the top of the chat in the pinned message. Yeah, thank you so much, GameSir, for sponsoring the stream. The switch behind the controller switches the triggers to a mouse click. Oh, okay, I see. Apparently you can get 5% off using my link in the chat, I believe. Well, I thought I had a code, but I'm not sure. Oh, actually, no, I'm stupid. Okay, yeah, you can use code distortion. I just completely missed this. Because code distortion 28A. It's actually in the message itself. Or on Amazon using code 8K AIM Labs. You can see it in the pinned message. Yeah, you can get 5% off using my code. Honestly, I really like the controller. I'm just not a big fan of Xbox. I'm not a big fan of Xbox controller layout. I like how some chat is so divisive about this, because you have some people in chat who are like, I love Xbox controller layout, and then some people I don't know how you guys use it. Like, it's so awkward for me personally to use the D-pad. Like, the only way that I could see myself using the D-pad and the left analog stick is if I used my index finger for the analog stick and then my thumb for the D-pad. Because, like, how else do you do it apart from, like, moving your right hand to the left? I think the reason I prefer, like, the PlayStation layout is just because I can put my left thumb on the analog stick, which that's what I'm used to doing, right? Is using the left analog stick with my thumb. And then I can use my index finger for the D-pad instead, which for me, I mean, that's just what I'm used to. So it's like way more comfortable. Because the thing is, I don't want to play the game with my index finger on the analog stick the entire time. And if I'm holding the left analog stick and then I need to use the D-pad, I can't really, like, I could, like, switch to the index finger and then start using my thumb, but, like, the transition of, like, swapping from your thumb to the index finger on the analog stick is, like, uncomfortable. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not saying that one is better than the other. It is definitely like it's a preference thing for sure. Hold on. We need one more dragon bone. Well, I have back buttons on the controller, but how many branches do I have? 4. I have back buttons on the controller, but I use them for... Well, currently I'm using the back paddles for sprint, or for dodge, and for auto run. One of these lizards drops a dragon bone. I don't know which one. Ah, here we go. It's actually crazy that they added auto-run to this game and then never added it to any other game. It's like the best feature in this game. I'm dead, aren't I? Nice. My Flynn's ring is okay. It almost broke, but it didn't. Yeah, auto run is so comfortable. Like, it's so nice for menuing while on the run. I mean, at least in the other games, you can hold the sprint button while menuing. But holding the sprint button is still kind of awkward because when you, like, you can't press B to exit out of the menu if you're holding sprint. I think I might go see the Backrooms movie tonight, chat. Have I played Backrooms? Well, there's like a million Backrooms games, so it's kind of, but yes, I've played some of them. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back here for audio later. I need to remember not to forget that. Well, mini audio will be here later. Okay, we could grab the third dragon ring, I guess. I don't know if that's gonna mess up the Flynn's ring. I don't think it will. No way. This enemy is so bullshit. Maybe I should just kill him. He's gonna do it again, isn't he? Alright. It's definitely easier just to kill him. What is this? Oh yeah, this is the third dragon ring. I think if I throw away the other ring of blades, we'll get a good ring swap set up. Wait, maybe if I get rid of this ring. Well, that works. Yeah, we're gonna go kill Ancient Dragon. Oh boy. Alright, we gotta wait for these guys to leave before we fight. If these guys are in the boss arena when the fight starts, then they'll aggro to you and ruin everything. Sometimes they'll like glitch out though, and they'll get stuck on the doorway. I think we're good. Man, the damage is so good. Come on, give me one more dragon breath. Nice. What's the counter damage? 160 or 60% more damage. Very good. All right. Let's go level up a bit. Okay, I'm not going to buy any more bright bugs. I don't think we need any more. Honestly, we might have not needed to even buy those. Oh, we want 96 agility. I mean, I want a power stance, so... What does Alon's great katana use? Alon's katana use? 22, 30 dex. Okay, so we need 33 strength and 60 dex. Oh, that's a lot. If we want a power stance. You know, I'm gonna go kill Rotten again. Okay. Dude, roll! Wait, did it just eat my... Okay. I remember the last time we somehow wasted a bonfire ascetic. Like, it used it, and then nothing happened. Wasn't it 1.5 for power stance requirements? Yeah. I mean, we could probably power stance... If we get 18 strength, we can power stance the Uchi and the Chaos Blade. What am I doing with my other hand? Drinking. Man, we do so much damage to him. I'm just gonna kill Rotten twice, cause why not? Why'd he respawn? Because I respawned him. Alright, just quick little soul farm. Or rotten. Alright, we need 18 strength. Guess we'll go 60 dex. Oh, right. I actually don't need 60 dex. I need... I needed 45 dex. But I needed 33 strength. I mean, I guess it has S scaling, so it's probably good to go up to 60 anyways. Still not much extra damage, though. Alright. Let's go get Alon's Katana. No one uses pants while gaming? I do. Sometimes. I need to buy more shorts, actually. I don't have that many shorts. Alright, we're gonna try to do the skip here. I think we aim at these pipes. I think this is where you aim. Might not be standing in the right spot. Maybe it's like a bit more to the right. There we go. It's funny you can actually go through this fog gate backwards. Yeah, there's a skip we can do to Fume. Can try it. I'm kind of worried I'm gonna mess it up, but Bro, this is so fucking jank. You're just in such bad position. Oh, come on. Fuck, the parry walks are not good today. Yeah, it looks like he has a lot of poison resist at least. Maybe to the left is better. It's so slow. So slow. Okay, I think the axe guy is better. I'm gonna kill this guy. I think we want to use the oh man. Ah. Thing is, we might die going down here. I don't know if I did this right. I should bright bug. That's not good. Yeah. Oh, fucking Estus is so slow. I should have just used a life gem. I'm not scared of Fume. I just got greedy. Honestly, having a mushroom going there helps so much, though. I'll use another bright bug. Oh, come on! The fucking damage from the sword! No way, dude! And DS2 doesn't even count. Oh my god. I can't believe that killed me, man! This fucking stupid sword, dude. God damn it. I should have just went for the final hit. I was worried he was gonna jump away like he always does. But then I kind of hesitated. Like, I could have just killed him before he did that AoE. My bad. Any day now. Oh my god, that hit me? Oh! What am I doing? I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Honestly, the self damage is pretty... It's pretty annoying. What? No buff? Oh. Oh my god, I should have died there, dude. I should have died. I missed. God, it almost happened again. I thought I was dead too. Also, we have like more deaths to add. I don't know. The death counter is definitely like, I've been pretty bad at keeping up with the death counter. That's why I kind of don't bother with it during these marathons sometimes. Yeah, the D-pad's fine. There's also like, they sent me these like a different D-pad that you can like swap it to. Okay, major laser. Alright, we're gonna do the skip here. Yeah, there's a way easier version of the skip that you can do now, chat. It's kind of dark. It's wired, but you can also use it wireless. So if you get close to the ledge like this, you need to be pretty damn close, though. And do a jump attack. and then baby jump and die. Nice. Amazing video game. Love it. I guess I should have done the backstep strat. I mean, we'll do Mirror Knight, don't worry. Sick. You know what? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna get a bit of attunement. Just so I can put one more spell on. Hey, Shadowfax. Alright, we just need one more bone. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, that didn't fucking work. Come on, let me do it. I hate this game. Surely I get this off now. Come on. Oh, it's so bright. My God. Ow. Wait, why did I do that? Well, actually it's fine, because... Well... I guess we can do the skips. Probably would have been better just to get the scepter, though. Alright. No, you can actually skip the scepter completely with, like, some glitches. I wasn't planning on doing them, but... why not? Alright, so we can parry walk. This guy, I believe. But we need to jump onto the chest or something. Wait, I can't. I don't know if you have to jump on the chest. I don't remember how I did this before. Come on, man. Why am I so bad at the parry walks right now? Okay. Yeah, just go absolutely fucking apeshit. Okay, nice. Didn't do parry walks for half a year. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, fair. Man, this place looks so weird with the lighting mod. Wait, I don't have dark weapon. It's okay, I guess. Okay. That kind of scared me. Well, I wasn't going to stream the state of play, but I think I might. I don't know, we'll see. I might actually, I want to go see the Backrooms movie tonight, so I don't know, I might save Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 for tomorrow. I know it would be kind of a short stream, but... I know, I'm sorry, chat. 4-day marathon? Yeah, I know. I mean, listen, man, we're just trying to... I'm just doing this for fun. It's not like... when I used to do these marathons, I would be like, oh, I gotta do it all in one day or whatever, but I just don't really care that much anymore. Alright. Where are we going? I'm stun locked. I guess let's just go do a lawn. I've had some people come into the chat who are genuinely like angry. They're like, I can't believe you're lying. This isn't a marathon. You're doing it in multiple days. It's like, all right, bro, chill. Who cares? Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, we're gonna go get Alon's weapon now. I think left is better on these guys. Yeah, it seems like it. We're in. Now we just have to wait. I can't remember if there's a way to do this without waiting. Yeah, I like the controller apart from the the joystick positions. I mean, I hope that they release a version, or maybe there is a version that has... Oh my god, it's so dark in here. What the... Yeah, I mean, I do really like the controller. It feels nice. The back paddles feel, like, comfortable to use. I mean, it's just like a preference thing, right? I'm just not used to like Xbox layout. Do I know if they're announcing a new game on the 5th? Probably not. It'd be cool. Also, I forgot to put dark. Do I even have any resins? Nice. I forgot to put dark weapon on again. Sorry, I kind of like covered the seppuku a little bit. No, he did the seppuku. Sorry, I just wanted my extra souls. Oh, actually, wait, no. Did he not do it? I wasn't, like, paying attention because I was looking at the menu. Yeah, maybe the chaos... Maybe just taking any form of damage makes you ineligible for the seppuku, even if it's not damage from him. Didn't actually know that. Alright, the Bewitched Elan Sword. Got ourselves a new katana. Hand cam, yeah, we're using hand cam because we're using the G7, the GameSir G7 Pro 8K controller. You guys can all check it out by typing !GameSir in the chat, or clicking the pin message with the link at the top of the chat. Yeah, you can get 5% off by using code Distortion28A, or on Amazon using code 8KAimLabs. You can see that in the message itself, so. What's up, Stillo? Alright, well, we need 22 strength. It has like 8K refresh rate. Alright, so this thing has like a seppuku on it or something, right? How much... Man, it's got such a big range. Does the buff just give extra bleed? Or is it actually damage? Oh, wait, it has plus 80 bleed regardless. Interesting. Alright, well, we still need to do Mirror Knight. I guess we can go fight him. It applies to elemental damage. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think we want to infuse it. Still keeps S scaling and Dex. I don't know, let's see how this is. Also, let's put on Dark Weapon. You can tumble buff any weapon with the Lawn Sword buff. Oh, really? Interesting. Did not know that. Hey, wake up. I infused it. I don't know how long this buff lasts. Thing is, I'm not sure if that's going to be better than just using Dark Weapon, but we can see. This is fucking awful so far. That was better. I did the buff. Well, let's just use Dark Weapon. Oh wow, I'm surprised that hit. $1,070? Not bad. DS2 doesn't show weapon damage in its menu. Yeah, it's kind of sucks. Always annoyed me when I was like testing stuff in this game. Yeah, we're using the path tracing mod. I just thought I would try it out because bunch of people were telling me about it. We already got the Chaos Blade. We were using it for a while. We got the Uchi and then the Chaos Blade. And then now we have the Elan Katana. I think the Chaos Blade is just the best one though. At least it seems like it. Yeah, I've seen it, bruv. Wow, Shrine of Mana looks so nice. Hold on, where's the chest that's here? guess it's only one mushroom. It's probably not necessary. Wow, this looks so good though. I don't know if I'm gonna bother getting any other katanas, chat. We're probably just gonna use these 3. At least that's my plan. Peach bonfire? Yeah. Okay. Cheating again. Mm-hmm. Nice. Oh, that was scary. Does GameSir know it's a cheated run? I don't think they care. Cheated run. Oh, wow. I didn't think I was gonna get that. No, the grab isn't guaranteed. Like, the grab does a good amount of damage, but it's not guaranteed death or anything like that. How are you not dead? I don't know, the weapon buff doesn't seem that good. It doesn't last for that long is kind of the problem. You know what, I'm curious, if you cast the light, does that piss off Agdane? Or is it just the torch? Guys, it's a controller cam. Stop. Oh, I should have popped some of these souls. Wait, why is Aldia not? Or no, I just talked to Aldia. What am I? We still need to go to Dragonary. Just got a bit confused. I need to wait for my light to disappear. It's so dark though.
Halt. Human. Do not produce this did you that in the this foul.
What is this texture on the wall? Can't even tell. Alright, we're gonna jump this gap. Yippee! Yeah, the super jump is really nice. I feel like the damage just isn't that great. The R2 is good. Oh, I procced a bleed. We still gotta get all the giant souls, and we have to do Dark Lurker. And Giant Lord. You know what, let's try some power stance, because we can power stance the Uchi and the Chaos Blade. Oh wait, there we go. Oh, am I gonna survive this? It's fine. Think we're power stancing? Seems pretty good, honestly. Oh. Wow, that's... I don't know, power stance seems really strong, actually. That might be better than... Well, I don't know. It does a lot of damage regardless, I guess. Might be better than just using it normally. Just uses a lot of stamina. It's the only thing. Alright, we're gonna go get the other giant souls. And then we still... Oh yeah, we still have to do Vanguard and Authority as well. Well, I wasn't planning on streaming State of Play, but I think I will. I think it might actually be a bit of a shorter stream today. Oh, I went the wrong way. I think after State of Play, I think I might end stream, and then I'll do Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne tomorrow. I want to, kind of want to go see the Backrooms movie tonight. Yeah, imagine going outside. I've actually gone to the movies a few times recently. I went to see Obsession and Hokum. Like, oh wait, can I not go into the... Where is this fucking asshole? State of play is in an hour, isn't it? Come here, asshole. What's up, Salad? Oh, the turning speed is so bad. Fucking get out of here! You haven't been at the movies since 2019. Yeah, I don't go to the movies that often unless there's a movie that I, like, really want to see. I don't think Oppenheimer was bad. It was a little... I don't know. It was kind of boring for me. I didn't like Oppenheimer that much. I'm boring? Yeah. Fair enough. I really liked Obsession. Obsession was really, really good. Disclosure Day? Yeah, I want to see that. Lark's is scared of that movie. Yeah, I watched the new Mummy. That movie was freaking weird because it was like it was not what I was expecting. It was pretty gross. I didn't necessarily think it was going to be a Brendan Fraser adventure. But yeah, I didn't realize it was like a horror movie. So I guess kind of. Honestly, I need to get more HP. If I'm gonna do Invis, Ava, we just need more HP and endurance at this point. Did all the bosses in Iron King DLC. We still have the other DLCs left though. Let's go do Vanguard and Authority. My manicured thumbnail. I don't manicure, bro. What do you? Oh, dude, this water looks so good. All natural, bitch. Oh, the triple. I thought I was gonna die there for a moment. Thought the double R2 would have been enough. I thought Hokum was okay. It wasn't good enough for the theaters, or like, yeah, I don't know. It was alright. It was the type of movie that I think I would have rather just watched at home, but... Hey, Frosted Kiwi, thank you for the 20 months, man. No, I haven't seen The Passenger. Oh yeah, for any of you, I know all of you guys are playing Dark Souls 2 like all day, every day, so, you know, big advice here. If you don't move when those dogs attack you, like, if you just stand completely still, they'll miss you with their attack. Mm-hmm. My expert tip to you. Never play these games, you just watch me. That's fair. You could also just join the Rat Covenant, and then all the enemies don't attack you, which is honestly the better option. Oh, that guy died. It's so dark, man. I can't fucking see. Oh, yeah. That's the damage. Level of faith to cast Soul Appease in this fight. Yeah, Soul Appease is so good for this fight. Alright. Trying to think. Oh yeah, we can go do Chariot. I'm just going through the optional, like, side bosses. We'll do Chariot, and then we'll go do Vendrick. And then we could do some Dark Liquor dungeons, I guess. Yeah, we're just gonna watch State of Play, and then I think we're gonna do Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 tomorrow. I know it's not gonna be the longest stream, but that's my plan. Oh, I don't have Yearn. I forgot my Yearn. was close dodge. Am I super tall? No. I'm like 5'10". I'm not very tall. My god, the damage! Woo! Yo, power stance katana's kind of fucking good, man. Actually, power stance katanas might be better than just using them normally. Honestly. The thing is, we haven't even well, I don't know if it would be worth infusing No Ceylon Katana. I honestly wasn't that impressed with it. Sorry to say, so far. Depends where you live. Yeah, that's true. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. There's, some places in the world where the average is, like, so high. Does Bloodborne have a starting katana? No, so that's the thing. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we just cheat in the weapon or should we get it legit? I mean, we can get it legit. We have to kill 4 bosses. We have to kill Gascoigne, BSB, Witches, and Logarius. Well, I mean, sometimes I don't like to cheat because if somebody wants to, like, follow the run or something, then they can... Like, I like showing how you would do it normally sometimes. You know what I mean? Dude, these are, like... This damage is kind of absurd. Oh, come on. I mean, we have all the... We have all the giant souls, but still. That's crazy. Actually, so good. $17 hours for Elden Ring? No, we did 4. We did 4 more games before Elden Ring. Also, a first playthrough of Elden Ring is way longer than 17 hours.
Oi!
The hand cam is mesmerizing. Thanks. Yeah, I want to say, by the way, chat, we are sponsored by GameSir. It's the controller that I'm using. It's why I have the controller cam set up right now. You guys can all check out the controller by typing !GameSir in the chat or clicking the pin message at the top of the chat. You can use code Distortion28A on their website to get 5% off or on Amazon using code 8KAimLabs. Alright. Is there anything I'm forgetting? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna buy...
No.
Oh, you know what? Let's go do Gandalf. Grandolph, whatever the fuck. I think we still have Velsot Soul. We could go get, I might try to get Sacred, or what the fuck's it called in this? Sacred Oath? And get even more damage. Yeah, you do need to cast Sacred Oath before you use the Bright Bug. Otherwise it overwrites it. God, it's so dark in here. Nice jump. Oh no, not again, not again.
If you will.
We aggroed Grandal already earlier by accident. It's really stupid. Am I gonna see Scary Movie 6? Maybe. I kind of like that you actually need to use light sources in this game. I feel like there's really not enough light sources though. I mean, you have the lantern and you have cast light and that's basically it. I guess maybe also, yeah, maybe there's something else, but like not that many options. Ow. We have the double light. Farming sunlight metals for DS2. Oh, have fun. All right, we need to start speeding this up though. We need to finish this run before fucking before state of play. I'm trying to think, do we have any other optional bosses left apart from Dark Lurker? And then, well, the DLC bosses, I guess. Oh yeah, we still have to do gargoyles. Controller I'm using, it's the GameSir G7 Pro. Dude, those ghosts can be so grief sometimes, genuinely. What's up so bad? All right, I'm trying to lock in. I really want to make sure we finish this in time. I mean, it should be doable, unless we get stuck on DLC bosses for a while or anything. Come on. Come on. Dude, come. How am I not getting this? Let's try again. I have to use keyboard mouse for this tech. But I don't know, I just can't. I can't get it, man. There we go. Oh, that damage is good. Flying not allowed in speedruns? No it is. It's just a different category. This cam makes you uncomfortable. Why? Alright, let's go start destroying some DLC bosses, shall we? That's... Ow. Fine, we have Giga healing. Bro, I can't see! What is this combo? Where is he? I need my cast light. Alright, I'm getting wrecked. He's better. I need to check something. How much do I need for Sacred Oath? 25 faith. I'm gonna kill one more rotten. Hopefully we have enough time for this. I'm just gonna kill him one time. Why? Because I like getting over leveled. How have I not chopped off your hand yet? Yeah, you need 4 attunement slots for Sacred Oath. It's kind of brutal, but it's okay. We can do the attunement glitch. More cheating. Mm-hmm. Woo! That was a good jump. Dude, no way did I No way did I just bounce like that. It's unbelievable. Forlorn man, really? Can't use the bright bug because Forlorn is invading me. Actually, after I grabbed the bonfire, I could have just homewarded out. That would have been the fastest way. These guys are down here? Okay, dude. Wow. I didn't finish Dark Lurker, I know. I know. Nah, we should be able to finish before State of Play unless we die a bunch. The Frozen DLC is really fast. Oh my god, we lost the Sacred Oath because we went out. Oh, I glitched out. Oh wait, no it didn't. Stupid. Try that again. Okay. Holy damage, bro. What was that? Don't fly. Nice. All right, to the DLC. Gotta go fast. Hey, Palagoose, thank you for the 3 months. No, we're gonna do Dark Lurker before the final bosses. I mean, I like Convergence mod the most. No, I'm not grabbing any of the knights. We don't got time for that. Oh yeah, remind me to turn the music back on after this fight. Nice. That was a good fight. Yeah, we should be able to finish DS2 before State of Play starts, I think. Oh, the damage is crazy. I'm almost two-shotting these guys. Just face tanking everything is generally the best strat. Actually, though. I just fell off the ledge. No way that hits me, dude. No way you're doing this to me right now. My God. All right. That was such a good start to the fight, dude. We did like 60% of his health on the opener. Just face tanking. Like, face tanking is actually... That is basically the speedrun strat. It's like you start the second phase with like half HP and you pop a shroom and like an old radiant or 2 old radiants and then you can just fucking face tank. Come on, asshole. This isn't gonna work. The timing is like too precise. This could work. I don't know if we're gonna make this or not. Oh, I don't think we're gonna make it anymore. It's fine. I don't think it's fine. No, but this time I actually messed up pretty badly. Oh, that would have been perfect. God, give it to me! Oh, we're fucked. Maybe if I parry walk him before this ends. But now he's trolling. Oh, come on, please. Okay. I can actually see the building. Is that the building? Horses are being a bit rude today. Dude, the damage is insane on these, like, actually. Well, yeah, the buffs are obviously doing a huge, helping a lot, but regardless, though, I mean, other weapons with the same buffs, like these are actually really, really good. All right, all right, guys, let's go finish the bosses before state of play. We just have Dark Lurker and then the final bosses, so I think we'll finish basically just in time. Die. All right. Damage is okay. Are you gonna... Alright, let's go finish the game, shall we? It's actually insane, the timing on this. Yeah. Gameser is a brand. Yep. It's the controller I'm using. The G7 Pro. The damage is so crazy. Skipped cutscene. Yeah, we're running low on time here, man. All right. It's fine. You've seen that cutscene a million times. You'll be all right. Wait a second. Oh. Well, invalid run. I fucked up. I didn't fucking talk to Aldia at the dragon fucking area. All right. Well, that's okay. Fucking whatever. Fuck Aldia. Bone out. I don't think that there's anything you can do after you've killed Nishandra, because I'm pretty sure that's like the trigger for it happening, so it's okay. I forgot. Oopsies. No, I don't think there's any way to fix it, chat.
You who link the fire. You who bear the curse. Once the fire is linked, souls will flourish anew, and all of this will play out again.
You can burn a bonfire aesthetic at the King's Gate to do it. You can fight again. Oh, okay. Well,
or renounce this.
It's okay. My bad. Alright, well, GG Dark Souls 2. Let me switch over to State of Play now. But yeah, I want to say thank you again, GameSir, for sponsoring the stream. You guys, again, can all check out the controller. It's wireless or wired. It has 8K refresh rate. And super customizable. It has back paddles. Yeah, you can all check it out by typing !GameSir in the chat. Or clicking the pinned message at the top of the chat. But yeah, thank you, GameSir. No more camera chat.
What lies ahead?
All right.
Only you can see.
Hopefully we'll see something cool at the State of Play. I'm not, honestly, I feel like Summer Games Fest is where we're gonna see like more interesting or like more exciting stuff, but hopefully State of Play will have some cool stuff. Sorry, I forgot Aldia chat, my bad. I'm sorry, Aldia. You didn't get to die this time. All right.